Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear.
Yes. Okay. This week we discussed about value delivery system component. So the purpose of an organization to deliver value to the intended stakeholder. The value may be tangible as well as intangible, right? So what are the system we have it in our company? We have portfolio management, program management, and project management. So these are our divisions, right? Portfolio is the business unit. Under the business unit, we have program as well as project. Right? So plus we have operation. We have operation, right? A portfolio manager will be responsible for both. Then every project will deliver a product. So the product will go to operation. Through operation, we deliver an outcome. The outcome has a value. So this is what we discussed. Now you should know what is called portfolio management, what is called program management, what is called project management. So now we are in project management, right? So what is portfolio manager responsibility? Investing, making the right investment decisions, right? That's called portfolio manager responsibility. So the portfolio manager may act as a project sponsor. Every project may have a project sponsor, right? Portfolio manager may act as a project sponsor, or every project may have a project sponsor. So based on the size of the organization, right? So now, the project sponsor responsibility, right? Develop business document. Develop business document. So what are our business document we have it? We have needs
Business
assessment. Yeah, needs assessment. Business case. The output of needs assessment will go as an input to business case. Then from business case, we will develop a benefits management plan. Needs assessment and the business case and benefits management plan. So in the needs assessment, we will address what are the need, requirement, problems, opportunities, or issues to be addressed. Because these are all reasons for a project. To meet the need, to meet the requirement, deliver the requirement, to resolve the problems, to attain the opportunity, as well as to solve the issues. We do projects. So this is what we are going to document in needs assessment. In a business case, we call them as an economic feasibility study. Economic feasibility study.
Business case will be developed with project sponsor, sir.
What is your question?
I thought business case will be reviewed by project sponsor.
Business case will be developed by a business owner.
Yeah.
He only developed it. Your management will develop business case for every project, for every opportunity. See, for example, your company, they receive a inquiry, project inquiry.
Okay.
Like your customers, like your someone will contact you. You want to construct a villa, right? So once you received the inquiry, your team, the business management team, they will sit together. They will sit together. They will develop a business case and they will analyze whether we can take this or not to take this. So based on the business document only, they will decide to go for a tender. Otherwise, they will drop it.
Because when we do the business case, okay, we put the tangible and intangible benefits. So when we do that, it is not supposed to be done by the PM.
No.
It will be done by the project sponsor.
Yes, yes. PM, how we will do it?
Along with the finance. So they both sit together and then they document this and then it goes for
See,
the
project sponsor, project manager may be part of a steering committee.
Okay.
Part, because why I call you, right? Because you know these things very well, actually. So you may give me the input. So I will call you. You are a prospective project manager. You are not a project manager that time. When I develop a business case, business document, you are the prospective project manager. Maybe you become a project manager. So I will call you as a steering committee member to assist me to develop a business document, business case, but I am the owner of the business document. Who? I am a project sponsor. Project manager will not develop it. Clear now? Project manager will implement the business case through project management plan. Any question? Right. So this is business case, which is going to be an economic feasibility study. So here we are going to document what are our business need, what are our business need, right? And initial scope, and who are the stakeholders will participate, right? Who are the stakeholders and what are the high level business related risk, assumption, and the constraints, right? So then gap analysis. So what is gap analysis? What is needed capability? What is existing capability? Your available resources, infrastructure, available resources, infrastructure, and what are the options are there, and evaluation. What are the options, evaluation? So those things will be documented in business case, right? So like anything related to high level items, right? High level items we will document in business case. So business case, we will use financial analysis to justify financial analysis. What is financial analysis? Cost benefit analysis, return on investment, and what is it? Next, NPV, net present value. Next one is internal rate of return, right? Payback period, economic EVA, economic value added. Finally, what is the net profit? We will get it. Net margin, we will get it. So those information will be documented, analyzed, discussed in business case. So based on the business case only, we do the project selection. So business document will help you to select the project. Clear now? Okay. So next one, benefits management plan. So what is benefits management plan? What are our target benefits? What are our target benefits? And what is the time frame to achieve the benefit? Target benefit, time frame to achieve the benefit. Who are the benefit owner? Who are the benefit owner, right? And what are the metrics are there to evaluate the benefit? Right. So next one is how to create, maximize, sustain benefits. Sustain benefits throughout the product life cycle. Right. In plan-driven project, we deliver the benefit after the project is over. In a change-driven project, we deliver the benefit throughout the product life cycle. Correct? So that is what we will do it. So this information will be documented. So Your project business document will be used to select the project. Will be used to select the project. So who's responsible? Project sponsor is responsible. The portfolio manager may act as a project sponsor. He may prepare like business documents he will prepare. Any question? So now value delivery system component is over. And you know that who are all the people will involve in the project. Project's functions also it is over. Correct? Any question? So next we are discussing about project management. We will start. So what is project management? Application of skills, knowledge, tools and techniques and project management processes. There is a 40 processes. 40 processes. Right? Every process has an input. It needs tools and techniques to transform the input into output. So 40 process, we need to study ITTO, right? So that structure always don't forget. So Pmp4 Project Management Body of Knowledge 8th edition, which recommends 40 processes. So these are all best practices we will discuss. So now, next we are going to discuss about project life cycle we will discuss.
For all this business case and the others, do we have any templates that needs to be followed?
It is in the slide. That is in the slide. In recommend assessment. Okay. So next one is we will discuss about project life cycle. So what is project life cycle? A project passes from beginning to end. That's called project life cycle. Logically related phases. Logically related phases. That's called project life cycle. So what is called phases? So phases are group of logically related project activity. Right? Every phase we do set up project activity. Project activities are not going to be repeated. In design stage, we do some activity. Planning, we do some activity. Procurement stage, do some activity. Correct? Initiation, we do some activity. Planning, we do some activity. So those activity will be each phase we will do it. That's called project activity. Group of logically related project activity. Number of phases. Number of phases depends on size and complexity of the project. So we can have any number of phases. Number of phases depends on size and complexity of project. And degree of control required. Degree of control. Right? So based on risk and uncertainty. Based on risk and uncertainty. If a risk and uncertainty is more in your project, we divide multiple phases. based on cash flow constraints, based on the available resources, or based on milestone delivery. Based on milestone delivery, or maybe stakeholder requirement, customer or anyone requirement. So this is number of phases depends on these are all factors. So project life cycle is a structured framework to manage a project. Manage it. So what are all phases we have it now? So we can have a concept. Then, so during concept, we develop all those business case, benefits management plan. We do R&D, POC, of concept, everything we will do. So next we'll move to design. Then we do planning. Then we build. Then we test. Then deploy and close. So these are phases we can have it. We can have any number of phases we can. The phases may be sequential phases. Parallel. Right? Or cyclic. So what is sequential phases? One after another. What is parallel phases? What is cyclic phases? We do two phases together. See, two parallel phases may not have a relationship, but cyclic phases have a relationship. The input-output relationship will be. That's called cyclic phases, right? We'll go do the first phase, coming back to the second one, again going back to the first. So the like a PDCA cycle we will follow. So sequential, parallel, as well as over your kind of cyclic. So cyclic, they will say transitional also, they will say. Transitional phases. So project life cycle may be a subset of, right? Maybe subset of product life cycle. Subset of product life cycle, or sometimes it is an independent. So product life cycle, we talk about the entire life of the product. From concept to disposal. So they will say cradle to grave. That's called product life cycle. Concept to disposal. Cradle to grave. Disposal. That's called product life cycle. So project life cycle talks about only about creating a product. The more component.
So maybe sub-component.
The entire product. So phase attributes. So how do we define the phase? Every phase will be having a name, number, duration, resource requirement, right? So every phase will be having entrance criteria. So some set of condition we need to meet to start the phase. Entrance criteria. On the end of the phase, we will conduct we will evaluate the success criteria. Then exit criteria. What condition? We are going to exit the phase. It is called accomplishment. Accomplishment criteria. Maybe positive exit or negative exit. So those conditions, what we will do, we document before starting the phase. Before starting the phase. So basically there is a concept called, how do we define? These are defined in pre-mortem. Pre-mortem meeting, or we will say remember the future. Remember the future. So these are all names actually. Pre-mortem, remember the future, we will use the terms actually. So before starting the phase, we will sit and do the pre-mortem. At the end of the phase, what we will do, we do the post-mortem. The post-mortem is nothing but a lessons learned meeting we will conduct, right? So please remember this terminologies. Anyone from online, any question? So this is phase attributes. Next one is we have phase exit. So what is called phase exit? We will use to evaluate the progress. Use to evaluate the progress. So phase exits are decision points. Either go or not go to the next phase. So used to take corrective actions. Corrective actions. So this is called control points. Control points or review points. So also known as what is it? Stage gate. Stage gate. Phase gate. Toll gate. So different industry, they will use different names. Quality gate. Quality gate. Or kill point. Or it is called kill point. So these are all other names of phase review. Phase exit. Or you can say iteration review also, you can say, or decision point review also, we will use it.
Phase exit will be a project life cycle at endpoint.
Yep, end of the phase.
End of the.
End of the phase. For example, you have a, let's say here. So here, this is a phase exit.
Concept itself.
Concept itself.
Okay.
This is a phase exit.
Okay.
See, now I'll tell you. You prepare a business case, benefits management plan, everything is ready in concept. Now your team is sitting and analyzing it. They decided that, okay, this project is not going to be successful for us. Let us drop it. That's called phase case. Right? So now we are going to the design. So design also, after the design, we understood that, okay, this design we cannot expect, there is no technical experts with us. We cannot go for joint venture also because something like there is a high risk is there. Let us drop it. Yes. And another one is planning. Tendering. You submitted a tender, but you are not selected. So we will sit and analyze why it is not selected. So basically, like for example, you are spending money for your project stage by stage. That's what we are going to calculate. So entry criteria, exit criteria, as well as success criteria. Success criteria we will use to evaluate the performance of the particular phase, right? Any question? Now you have joined the EC bus, right? Yes. So how do you feel?
So success, the hello,
Yeah.
sir. Who will decide, sir, that whether it is okay to go to the next phase or not? The project manager or the sponsor, sir?
No, they both combined. This is a combined action they will do it.
Oh,
But this decision authority will be project sponsor.
okay,
Recommendation will be by project manager.
okay.
So that EC plus program you are running, right? So please, whether you understood the question or not understanding the question, no problem. Please attend.
We are at,
Yeah, please attend.
no, we are at first phase only, right? So the questions are related with the.
Yeah, that's what I told you that even if you are understanding 1%, it is an issue. Okay. But maybe like, for example, after 1 month or 2 months, you will become a master actually. Because they are the master because they are there for a long time actually. Okay. So don't miss it. So project life cycle characteristics. Chapter resource expenditure of resources. How it will be at the beginning of the project, how it will be at the end of the project.
Will be high.
Beginning it will be high resources.
Yes.
No, as per the plan, it will be,
It's like bell curve.
Huh?
It will be bell curve. It goes up and then.
So it is up under ramps down. So it will go gradually, it will increase, it will go to the peak, then again it will reduce. So basically, this is called resources. Okay. What about risk and uncertainty?
I think it will be less.
Risk and uncertainty. Starting it will be high.
Right.
Huh? Starting will be. My confidence level at the beginning of the project will be low.
Low.
Because I don't know what will happen tomorrow. Right? Risk and uncertainty will be high. And then throughout the project it will be. So similarly, stakeholder involvement also at the beginning it will be high. Then once they provided everything, right, then it is the project manager responsibility. Cost of changes. At the beginning it will be low. Cost of changes or cost of correcting errors. So these are project life cycle characteristics. Clear now?
Why the cost of changes is low at initial.
In the beginning, at the beginning, you don't have any, like, for example, like during the initial stages or planning stages and all, there's no much error will come.
Material.
Much error will
In the pattern.
But yeah, in the paper only, you will be having in the paper actually. But during execution, you will be having a lot of mistakes, defects. So then it will keep on increasing. See, particularly, maybe like up to execution, maybe you will be having some X amount of during execution, you will be having some X amount of money. At the end of the project, you have some. So sum of all those money only, we will come to know how much money we spend to correct the mistakes. That's what the meaning usually. When do you know the final budget? Well, when do you know the final cost, not budget? Budget you will be having in the beginning, starting. When do you know the final cost?
At the completion of the project.
At the completion of the, that is what. So there will be a difference between budget and cost. So that's the difference is cost of correcting errors, mistakes. Right. So next we are going to discuss about development approach. Product and project. Delivery methods. It is a method of developing a product. Developing a right? Project delivery method. Method of developing a. So what are the types we have it? So we have two approaches. One is plan driven. Another one is change. Or it is called adaptive. Right? It is called predictive or waterfall or traditional. So, as I told you that when we read the question, what is our first step? Where are we? Are we in plan-driven project? Are we in change-driven project? Are we in hybrid project? Hybrid means combining both plan-driven as well as change-driven.
Adaptive, we can say it as agile, sir.
A product.
Adaptive, we can say it as agile.
Agile, yeah, that is called agile. Yeah. Agile is a tool basically. But in general, we used to call agile project management. Basically, it is called change-driven or adaptive project. Okay. So who's responsible to select it? Project manager responsible. Project manager will select the right approach to meet the expectation of customer. Expectation of customer. So what are the key factors we need to consider to choose the right method? So one is like a requirements, clarity and stability. Requirement, clarity and stability. Project scope. So what is the requirement, clarity and stability? For example, the customer knows exactly what he needs. He can be able to explain you. Then we will go for plan-driven approach. If a customer is not very clear about the product, right? So he's giving a vague idea. He's giving a vague idea. Then we need to go for adaptive approach. Change it. Okay. Please have a strong point in this. What is the meaning of change driven? We are not going to change the scope, schedule, and cost. We will change the product. Okay. See, in plan driven, we have a stable requirement. The customer can be able to give you the complete requirement at the beginning of the project. So based on the requirement, we will develop a plan. As per the plan, we will execute the project. Will we expect any changes here? Will we allow any changes? No. Correct? 100%. So we don't accept any changes to anything. Either it can be scope or schedule or maybe cost. All right? 100% scope, there won't be any changes. 100% no changes to the scope, no changes to the product. If there is any changes to the like cost and schedule, we will go through the change control process, we will address that. Because why? Change is not allowed. Change is not allowed. But in a change-driven approach, we always expect a change. We always expect a change. Change to your scope, change to your cost, change to your schedule. That's called change. We accept the change even at the last moment. Even at the last moment. So please have the clear idea about it. So difference between plan-driven and the change-driven. So in plan-driven, we don't accept the change. That is the reason we create a system to control the change. That system name called change control system. Okay? You create the change order, notification, all those process you will do. You will conduct a meeting, everything will do it, right? So in change-driven project, we are ready to accept the change. So we don't need a system. We don't need a policy. We don't need a procedure. So let us, if there is a change, let us sit and discuss and agree. So that's what. So next one is the timeline, schedule constraints. So what is timeline and schedule constraint? So your customer is saying that I need a product sooner. I need a product sooner. But yeah, of course. It's not going to be one. Right? So what is schedule constraint? Your customer says that I don't want to wait for 1 year or 2 years. Even I don't want 6 months. I need a product sooner. How sooner you will give me the product? Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. So that's the timeline. The schedule constraint we need to consider. Based on that, we will decide it. So next one is project goals and objectives.
And the timeline should always be plan driven only.
No. Here also we have timeline. In change driven also, see, in plan driven, the timeline may be longer. Project timeline may be longer. But in change driven, the project timeline may be 2 weeks.
So initially they had given us a scope. And then when we went to the project sponsor, all of a sudden last moment there is a change in scope. So we take that as phase 2, or how do we go ahead and deal with it?
In plan driven, which scope you are talking about?
The original scope of the project.
We cannot change anything. Because once your plan is ready, plan is approved, after that no changes to scope, schedule, cost. I expect you to complete the project within the scope, within the schedule, within the cost. That's called plan driven.
Correct.
Right. Scope 100% I will not modify.
Okay.
If I modify, it is going to be additional contract.
It's going to be new.
New contract.
Okay.
That is also technically, this particular scope change should not impact my current product.
Okay.
If it is possible only, extension, improvement, those things only I will do it.
Okay. In change driven, we can change
I
the.
will change the product also.
And immediately the timeline also changes.
Timeline is fixed. That's I will explain. Changeable timeline is fixed. I will explain you.
Okay.
Yeah. Timeline is fixed. That's what I need a product every 2 weeks. That 2 weeks is fixed.
Okay.
Say in 2 weeks, what we can deliver.
What we.
Deliver. So that is you tell. Don't commit too much action. Commit what it is possible to deliver in 2 weeks. So let us fulfill it. So
The same time, like when the product is ready and customer is denied to take it, like
then we need to find.
you want to change the.
No, that is customer mistake. Then I will run another project.
No, it isn't a change driven. We can accept the scope and all that.
Initially, we agreed.
Okay.
We both will come to an agreement. I will not modify anything in between, and I will deliver whatever I committed. So both parties will commit. So after that, at the end of the project, if a customer is coming and asking you, I need to modify this product, I will go as an improvement. It is the next project for me. Okay. See, in plan driven, I may extend the time, extend the cost, correct?
So, sorry. So all these requirements, whatever the factors which we are talking, this will be an initial stage of it, like scope, schedule, and whatever the project goals and objectives. It will be an initial stage before starting this project.
See, in plan driven, I will not modify the scope, but I may modify the time and the cost. Possible. You would be these things and be this, right? But in change driven, I modify the scope, but definitely I will not modify the cost and time. I will not modify.
But if I modify the scope, eventually there is going to be effect on my costs.
Next problem.
For example, I want to build a mezzanine floor. Okay, my operations has given me an approval to go ahead and build a mezzanine floor. When I'm building it, all of a sudden they had come up saying that I want an additional room in my mezzanine floor.
I will not accept.
So that will
change it to what that is, I will not accept.
Okay.
Because already measuring floor we have agreed.
Correct.
Scope is finalized.
Correct.
Cost is finalized. Schedule is finalized. Okay. I will not do it. Let me complete the mezzanine floor.
Okay.
Then the additional room I will run as a separate project.
Yeah.
In plant development, you do the same thing.
Correct. So how does change driven vary from plant driven?
That is we discuss. Okay.
Sir?
Yeah.
So this development approach, is it part of project starter or project management plan development phase where this one will get placed, sir?
That is I will explain.
Later.
Please.
Okay.
Yeah, I will explain.
Oh,
Now.
okay.
So next one, organization culture and business needs.
Change driven, you will accept the changes as a improve, right?
I will explain. We will go in depth. The level of stakeholder involvement. Level of stakeholder involvement. And risk profile based on risk and uncertainty. Risk and uncertainty. And technology constraints, consideration. And overall project complexity. Overall project complexity, these are all the factors which is going to decide. Triangle as well as inverted Triangle and inverted triangle. See, what is triangle? For example, in your plan-driven approach, so we will be having a well-defined scope. For well-defined scope, you will estimate the cost, and estimate the time. Right? Based on the well-defined scope, you will estimate the budget, right? You will estimate the budget as well as you will estimate the time. You will do it. Basically, the budget and schedule is going to be variable budget. Variable budget means because there is so many factors, only at the end only we will come to know exactly what is going to be a cost, correct? So this is, the cost is going to be variable and the schedule is going to be. So next one is change driven. So change driven, we will go for the inverted triangle. So first of all, change driven, adjusting the scope to meet fixed constraint. Meet fixed constraint. Fixed constraints. So here we have a flexible scope, but fixed cost and a fixed time. Fixed cost and a fixed time. So first I will decide, let's say, what value we are expecting from a product. What value we will expect from a. So based on the value, we will fix a cost and we will fix the time. So based on the fixed cost and fixed time, so we are going to define the scope. So within the budget, within the timeline, what I can deliver to you. What I can deliver, clear? So here, the scope is a variable one. The scope is a variable one, right? But the cost is a fixed one. Here also fixed one. So here also the fixed scope. Fixed scope. So that's called triangle as well as inverted triangle. See, in a change-driven project, customer will always come and ask you what value he is expecting from a product. What value he is expecting from a, right? So now, let's say, for example, I want to go to my office every day. Daily commutation, I need some product. So what is the value I'm expecting from that? I need a cheapest product. At the same time, it may give me some kind of a physical exercise. So this is a requirement given to you from the customer side. Now we will recommend. Either you can go by walk to the office. To go by walk, you need a shoes, proper shoes. Right. Next one is you can go by bicycle. You can go by bicycle, or you can go by metro, or you can go by any other public transport. So these are all options we have it. So we choose the option. That's called prioritization. We choose the option based on the time available, based on the cost available. So here, value is very important. Based on the value, we are going to prioritize the requirement. Based on the value, we will prioritize the requirement to meet the fixed constraints. Clear? No? That's called change to. So every time what we do prioritization. We do prioritization. What is going to be next? Okay. always we will prioritize the scope based on high value and high risk. Scope will be prioritized on top. So high value and a high risk. Requirements are prioritized. High value, high risk. Why high risk? Why high risk? You are developing a building, maybe like for example, 7th floor, when you come to 7th floor, you have some technology issues. Because of the technology issue, the project is stopped. For example, building project, it is not applicable. So it is stopped, correct? So then the entire investment is waste. Right? So in change zone, always we select the high risk items first. Why? Let us fail fast. If we fail fast, we can terminate the project. We can minimize the investment. We can minimize the resources. Correct? That's the reason we will select. So always our priorities, high risk items are prioritized. And the next one is high value items. So in case high value items are not there, we will go for high risk items. So here always in change driven, we prioritize and see which one can be developed next, which one can be developed next, which one can be developed next. So in building project, it is not practically possible. But maybe a kind of a software development project, or maybe in your fit out project, if it is possible, you can apply. Anything related to technology project, you can apply. Right? Change driven. So change driven, we have a stable side. We have a unstable requirement. Unstable requirement. Right? So high uncertainty, high variability, and a high ambiguity. High uncertainty, high variability, high ambiguity. Those type of project we will apply change driven. So in plan project, the scope can be well defined, clearly defined, and stabilizable. No changes throughout the project. No changes throughout the. So plan driven project, right? Plan driven project use phases to deliver the product. So this phase we call them as a development phase. So there is a difference between development approach as well as development phase. Development phase is nothing but execution, correct? Please remember, when we read the question, we need to be very careful. Development phase, development approach, both are different. Development approach means, is it a plan driven or change driven? Development phase means the execution, especially it is applicable in plan driven approach. So here we will use iteration or sprint or release or combination of everything to deliver a product. Right? So we take a break. After the break, I will give you the example. How do we apply plan driven as well as change driven? Then we will. Right? So this concept, please remember, this is a foundation for us today. Whatever we have discussed before, right? If you know some information, it's okay. You can able to manage it. But here, if you have a confusion, then your entire course will be collapsed. Now, today only we are going to build our course. So when we read the question always, is it a plan driven or changed? How do we know? When we read the question, when we understand, okay, then only we can decide that is it plan driven or changed. Because if you change, instead of plan driven, if you decide that it is change driven, your answers will be wrong. Right? So please try to understand. If you don't understand also, please tell me. I will explain it. Okay. So finally, we have three constraints, right? Triple constraints. One is scope, schedule, and cost. This is what we call triple constraint. In plan driven, the scope will be well defined, stable, no changes expected. Based on the scope, we estimate the cost. estimate the schedule. So that is variable. That is variable. Opposite. That's called inverter. In change driven project, first we decide the value. Based on the value, we will fix the cost, fix the time. So to meet the time and cost, we prioritize some portion of the work, not the entire product, some portion of the work. That's called prioritization. That's called prioritization. You understood? See now, for example, I'm going to construct a building. So what is your first work you will do in a building project? What is your first phase you will do it? In your building execution, what is your first task you will do? Drawings, designs. Next, after the design, everything, now execution started. So design is not your responsibility, right? File testing, they must have done it before. Environmental analysis 1 and 2, they will do it before, during the tendering process. Foundation, right? After the mobilization, you will start the foundation, right? Now, in plan driven, what we do, we will plan for the entire building. In change driven, what we do, we plan only for foundation. You understood? We plan only for foundation. What about rest? Rest we don't know anything about it. Only foundation we have a requirement. So for those requirement, customer is asking me to deliver in 2 weeks. Okay. In foundation also, the entire foundation may take 4 weeks. But customer is asking me 2 weeks. So now divide the foundation. What is the first work again? Maybe excavation, something. So that's called plan driven, change driven differences, right? So we take it.
Plan driven also we are doing it phases only.
That's we discuss. Plan driven we are using phases. Change driven we are using iteration, sprint, and then release. Instead of phases, we use the terminology called iteration. What is the meaning of iteration?
It's trial and error.
Trial and error. So change driven always focus on continuous improvement. Change driven always focus on let us fail faster. Learn from the mistakes. That's what change driven concepts. That's called agile. Agile is changes, right? Okay. So anyone from online, any question? Okay. So take a break 10 minutes. We'll do. Uh, you are constructing a building. Constructing a let's say in a plant-driven project. So in a plant-driven project, first what we do, we'll be having a concept. Design. Planning. Build. Test. And then, so deploy and close it. Let's see what happens. Clear now? So finally, you will deliver the product. Finally, you deliver the. Your project may take like a longer duration, right? But finally, you will deliver the building. You will deliver. So the same building, how do we do it in change? So the product will be decomposed as a features. The product will be decomposed as features. For example, in a plant driven, you have a milestone delivery. Work packages. So here we will call them as a features. In change driven, we call them as a features. So first feature is going to be foundation. Or only like mobilization, excavation, foundation. So that is based on the, as I told you that, what is that? To meet the fixed time, fixed cost, we need to prioritize the features. So now for foundation, what we do now? Concept, design, plan, build, test, deploy. Again, if there is an improvement or modification, again, we will modify the concept. We come back to the design. So this is called sprint or iteration. So during the build and test, you will give a feature and the customer will give you feedback. Based on the feedback, we are going to modify. So this cycle will continue until you are accepting foundation. Clear, no?
Say this as an example, like plant driven can be a building structure to be building
For the entire building.
entire building. Change driven can be a software
Software, digital product, any product which can be usable product
usable.
or partial component. Foundation is a partial component.
It's a part of phase of planned.
No, it's a part of a building.
Yeah.
It's a partial component. Partial component of the product, which only foundation.
We can assume it.
Yeah, partial component. Right? So when we complete everything in building, then every features in building, then you have a building. Finally, you will assemble it. You are going to assemble it. Correct? That's what we are doing. First, we will give a foundation. Then we are going to construct the superstructure. Like after foundation and superstructure, you do some testing, right? So we will do the unit test, integration test, finally system test, how building systems are working together. And before how each individual units are working. So this is a same concept. But here only difference is we have a fixed cost and fixed rate. But there variable cost and variable time. Correct? So here the cost is going to be fixed, schedule is going to be fixed. You understood the difference now? Plan driven and changed. Clear? Any question? So change one concept is delivering value to the customer yearly. Delivering value to the customer yearly. Yearly means 2 weeks. Yearly, frequently, continuously. Correct. In your plan driven project, you deliver the value at the end of the project. End of the project. Correct. So please roll.
In this case, if we are constructing the building, I deliver the base to the foundation. It is not going to add any value to the customer.
Partial component of the problem.
Correct. But the end user is not going to get any use of it.
I'm not going to pay you for entire building. I will pay only for foundation. What is the amount I paid? I got it. You understood now?
Okay.
What is the pay? What is the? I'm not going to pay you for the entire building 30%, 40% repeat. No, I will pay only for foundation. Foundation. After foundation, I will stop the project.
Oh, okay.
I will just stop. See, our contract is only for foundation,
Okay.
not for the entire building. So I will go with the foundation with you. Maybe I'll go with someone else. So it is possible. That's called value. We mean that how much I am going to pay for that I'm getting the product. That's called value.
If the contract comes with the vendor, in case if it is like, but at the end of the product delivery only I'm going to pay it,
That's plan driven.
then it is automatically it will be plan driven.
Not automatically, we need to see other parameters also. See, when you will say that, like, for example, I will accept the deliverable at the end of the project as a final product.
Okay.
As a final product, correct? So then in this case, like, how do we do that? Payment terms and agreements are different.
In this case,
Here, how do we deliver the product? Are you going to deliver the entire product at the end of the project? Or we are going to deliver small features throughout the product, let's say?
here also it's the same, like end of the product only we are giving the money, like financial, like foundation. At that, once you complete the foundation itself, you will get the money.
Yeah, that's each product. But what is your high level scope? Building, sir. That is what is your final building. But here you are going to have small parts.
Scope is only foundation for a building.
Now, so scope and requirements. It is a stable and can be well defined. Well defined as well as you said fixed. So now I am developing a building. Let's say I am developing a website. So how the scope can be?
Flexible is not fixed. Flexible is not fixed.
Not fixed. Stable, well defined, fixed for total product. Correct? But what about website? I need to have a well defined scope for the entire website.
No.
It is not necessary. So
Features can be added later on.
later point also. So prioritize the requirement. Prioritize the requirement. Great. Okay. What about value delivery? Single delivery at the end. Single delivery at the end. So now here,
phase is
Continuous future, continuous.
multiple usable delivery. Multiple usable delivery throughout the product life cycle. Throughout the product life cycle. Now you want to develop a car. How it is going to be?
scope is still
Scope is
still
stable. Okay.
and fixed.
The scope is not defined in this case.
You are developing a car first time, electric car. It is never developed before.
First time.
First time. See, if you are going to produce the same car again and again, it is called operation. If you are developing an electric car first time, what will happen here? So here also,
It is also
prioritization required. Right? So what about value delivery? Will be having partial component. Partial component, right? So final delivery. The end. Clear? When we assemble everything, we'll get a final product, we'll get it. But throughout the product life cycle, throughout the project life cycle, what do you get? You will get only partial component only, you get it. So here, we will repeat the cycle until get the right solution. Because you are doing something new, you never done it. So we will repeat it. We will get we develop based on feedback. We develop based on feedback. Correct. So, like your R&D project, exploration and experimentation project. So those projects we will do, right? Those projects we will do.
So basically, these are like examples for plan driven, change driven, and hybrid.
I will tell you. In change driven, we have two concepts. One is you are going to deliver a usable product every time. Correct? So this is, we call them as a incremental. Right? So here we call them as a in change, yeah.
here in this case.
So change driven, we have two concepts. One is iterative, another one is incremental.
The scope varies agreed. But in this car example, the cost may vary and the time may vary.
Everything will vary.
Yeah.
Everything will vary. But each cycle we will fix the cost, we fix the time.
So it will be again a new project kind of. Again,
New project. So I'm not worried about the second cycle. I'm worried about the first cycle. I'm talking about the first cycle. See, you are developing engine. To get a right engine, you will take 10 cycles. The cycles we discussed before, iteration, 10 iterations. But I'm not going to talk about 10 cycles, 10 iterations. I will talk about only one cycle. That one cycle, we have a prioritized requirement. We have fixed cost, fixed time. Right? So that is called project farming. Each cycle, each iteration, each sprint is a project farming. Okay, because are we going to run the second cycle? Do we have anything? Because we don't have a plan. So no one knows. Do we have a second cycle? Because after the foundation, as I told you, the customer may terminate the project. Right? So we are worried only about the first cycle. We are discussing only about the first cycle. Clear now? Okay.
So whenever you said that 10 cycles and all, it's like based on the success or failure of the That's the second half, then it goes on like.
Based on the need of the customer. If a customer asks you to run the second cycle, either it is a new feature or maybe a modification of the old existing feature, we will do it. If the customer says, let us stop it here, we will stop it. Huh? Okay. So this is prioritize requirement, but here scope is speed of delivery. The scope, the focus is going to be speed of delivery. So here the focus is learning. Because completely we are developing a new product. So everyone is going to learn from this particular product. That is the core focus of it. So next one, changes. No changes to scope. Changes to like schedule and cost through change process. Clear? But here changes. Accept the changes. Accept the changes to the requirement and scope. No changes to cost and schedule. If cost and schedule over, iteration or sprint may clear now. See, the product is not developed, but the cost we have consumed, time is over. So customer will terminate the project. When time comes, we will terminate. Automatically it will stop. So that's called delivery cadence actually. Delivery cadence means periodically you deliver something to the customer. Like we will follow a kind of a repeated activity we will do it. Planning, execution, delivery of the product, closing. So this is periodically it will happen. That's called delivery cadence. So this is multiple usable delivery throughout the product life cycle, but it is a speed of how soon we are going to deliver the product. So what is the focus? Plan driven, follow, plan, and right, follow the plan. Scope, schedule, and a cost. So what is the focus here? What is the value we can deliver to the customer? So what is the focus here? How much we learn. So here also no plan. Here also no plan. No plan, no documentation, no contract. So please remember. What about the risk and uncertainty? So it will be high at beginning, low at the. This is always high. Always.
Okay, disconnect that flow to follow.
Which one? Follow, sorry. Follow plan. So next one. Stakeholder influence. Stakeholder influence. At the beginning, it will be high, so it will be low because he will give you all the requirements and everything. After that, it is your responsibility. But here, we follow a co-creative process. Co-creative, collaborative process. So it is customer involvement always high. So he is part of the team, right? So here also co-creative, because his feedback is very important. Collaborative, right? And it is always high. So this is the difference between plan driven and change driven. In change driven, we have incremental method, iterative method. So whenever we deliver a like usable product, whenever we deliver a usable product, we say it is an incremental method. Whenever we use like a first time we are developing a product like partial component, it is going to be a iterative method. Clear? No? So now
So basically, the first 2 points are the only variance happening in the incremental and iterative.
rest is everything specific. Rest will be same. If your number of deliverables are low, speed of delivery is low, your number of changes are also low, and there is no learning also actually, because we have done this project many times. It is the repeated projects. So what is the method I will use it? I will use plan. Now, I have done this project many times. I have done website development many times, right? It is not necessary to deliver the website at the end of the project. I can deliver throughout the project life cycle and deliver small deliverable I can deliver. So speed of deliverable is high, number of deliverables are high. It is called increment. It is called increment. Next one. I'm doing this project first time. Risk and uncertainty is very high. No one has experience. Customer also not clear about the problem. It's a vague requirement. In this case, what I need to do, I need to develop first proof of concept. I need to develop first a proof of concept. If a proof of concept is accepted, I will go for prototype. If a prototype is accepted, I will develop a small feature. It's called MVP, which is called minimum viable product. It is called core essential, right? Basic feature. Clear? No? First, I will develop proof of concept. What is proof of concept? Theoretically, I will demonstrate the product possibility and feasibility. If they are okay, then I will develop a product model, a prototype. That is also accepted. Next, I will develop, instead of developing the complete product, I develop a small piece of product I will develop. Small piece of product, I will develop it. Say, for example, I want to develop a movie. I want to take a movie. So, which is MVP?
Short film.
Short film can be MVP. Or what is it? Teaser. Teaser is an MVP. Correct? So, that's the core, essential, basic feature. Minimum level, I will develop and give it to the customer. So, that is this method, what we call, this is called iterating. So, what we are doing now, completely learning. Learning from proof of concept, learning from prototype, learning from MVP. Right? So, this is iterative. What is the example? Car. Okay. What is the similarity between plan driven and iterative? Please mute your mic.
ज़्यादा महंगा होता शास्त्रा
So, iterative.
Is this flow fixed?
Iterative similarity. I'm not asking differences. If you ask me differences, yes, in plan driven, scope is fixed, but in iterative, unknown. It is unknown, completely unknown. What is the similarity between plan driven and iterative?
Part of the risk is low.
Start of the
Project risk. So I don't know.
You are going to get the product end of the.
in plan driven, I deliver the product at the end. In iterative also, I will deliver the final product at the end. In the car, I will get it after the assembly. After everything is ready only, I will do. What is the similarity between plan driven and incremental?
The features changing.
Similarity between plan driven and incremental. Changes are less. Both are known project. Only difference. See, website also I can develop and I can deliver last. But here I'm increasing the speed of delivery. So that is one of the reason I'm breaking the product into multiple features. Right? So now, some projects you may have combination of both. It is called agile. So software development. So here, speed of delivery is high and the number of changes also high. So now you know that in plan driven we will use which one? Phases. Right? In change driven we will use iterations, sprint, right? Iteration and a sprint. Any question you have it?
Sir, just one more time. Hello.
Yeah.
Similarities for plan driven and incremental, sir. Can we just one more time?
Similarity between plan driven and incremental, both are known project. We have done it multiple times, right? Well, we know the scope very well. Only difference is in plan driven project, building can be delivered at the end of the project, but website can be delivered throughout the continuously. We can deliver the product to the customer.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
So next one is classification of products of task. Based on the task also we can select the method. So this is, we have a Stacy complexity model. Requirement uncertainty. So requirement means what to do. Requirement uncertainty and technology uncertainty. Technology means how to do. Right? So based on technology requirement uncertainty as well as technology uncertainty decides the type of task. So one is a simple task. Next one is complicated task. Third one is going to be complex task. And fourth one was going to be anarchy. So there is a 4 type of task we have it. 4 type of task we have it. So this is requirement uncertainty. Low, high. Technology uncertainty. Some task I do every day. Some task I do every day. Requirement also I know very well. Technology also I know. The means and methods also I know very well. Correct? So that is we call them as a simple task. Clear? So those tasks every day I do that. In my project, I will be having 4 type of tasks I will be having. First one is simple task. So what is the method I will apply? I will apply plan tool. I can easily plan. Correct? Okay. Some task may be complicated. Maybe complicated. A customer is coming to me for a website development. Customer is coming to me for a website development. Now the website development, like every customer is unique, right? I know we have developed the website many times, but this customer is asking some website. What we need to do? We need to sit and do some study, correct? So those tasks we call them as a complicated. So you will apply incremental method. Incremental method. Some task requirement uncertainty also high, technology uncertainty also high. So which is complex. So this is called iterate. It's called iterate. Some task like completely no idea, right? So they drop you in the middle of the forest. So now we don't know, like we don't have anything, we don't have a technology, we don't know the way, where to go, how to come out actually. So those tasks we completely say chaos or anarchy. Correct. So for this project we will use. So that's called classification of task based on technology uncertainty as well as requirement uncertainty. So next one, significant framework. So it will help you to understand the complexity associated. Complexity associated with the project. Complexity associated with the project.
Any reason for all these names like Stacy,
These are who are founded. Those people.
No, I got it. Like what I'm asking is like, is there any example in which like they would have tried it and like came up with this model?
That is like, for example, the first one is classification of the task. Because of that method came.
Okay.
So next one is Cinefone. We are going to discuss about the practices in the project. Some practices are best practices. Some practices are good practices. Some practices are novel practices. So classification of those things we will discuss. Like that's called understanding the complexity associated with the project. So first one is going to be best practice. Okay. So best practice always simple to apply. Right? What is the best practice which is followed by everyone? Which is repeated many times. We are familiar with the steps. We are familiar with the results. Right? That's called your best practices. Right? So if it is a best practices, what we do? So we will sense, categorize. We will sense, categorize, then we will respond. Next one, good practices. So basically, good practices related to your company, correct? Best practices related to your industry. ISO is a best practice. Pmp4 is a best practice. But good practice in our company, actually, we have a good practices. So the good practices are going to be complicated. So we will sense. So what we will do now? Next, after sensing it. It's a complicated what I told you. See, we have done this project many times, website development, but every customer is unique. Everyone has a different requirement. In this case, we will sit and do some analysis. We will do it. So we'll sit and do some analysis, right? So here I will sense it, then I will analyze, then I will respond. Clear now?
Is there a guideline for best practices for each industry? Like,
Yes, it is that. That is best practices. Straight away, like we can say ISO. ISO is the best practice for every domain. They have so many standards actually. Right? Quality management, there is ISO 9000. For environmental, they have which one? 14,001. For food system, 22,000. So the ISO, IT security, they have 20,000 or something, 27,001. For facility management, 41,000. That is enough actually.
Out of the box. What is this number called? Like 1,500 or 1,900 or 2,200?
That is the year which they founded.
Is it?
To ISO 9001, 2015. 2015 means the year which they released it. And the 9001, 14,001, these are series actually. Series. Quality management, anything if it starts with the 9, it's quality management related.
Okay.
They have 9,000, 9001, 9002.
Yeah.
That is series actually. So 14, anything starts with the 14,000 related to environment. It is a classification, numbering systems. We study in our, see, for example, in your company, you have each document, you have a unique number, right? Why? Why we need this number? Identification and traceability. In project management, we say configuration, right? So simple. One is series number, another one is the year which they released it, right? So emergent practices. So in emergent practices means like, for example, now you have AI, artificial intelligence, right? What we do now? What is our first step? See, if it is a best practice, what we did, first we sense it, then categorize it. We know that actually, then respond. If it is which in good practices sense, then we will sit and analyze, then we will respond. So if it is a emergent practices, A completely new to you, what we do? Huh?
We're giving some.
We will get some input. How do you get it?
Learn.
No,
Ah.
we will give input, it will give it back.
That is application.
Yeah.
I'm saying understanding A.
Learn.
We will learn it, right? So this is called complex task. This is related to complex tasks. So first we will probe it. What is it? Right? Then we will sense it. Then we will respond. So next one is emergent practices. Sorry, innovative practices. Innovative practices, when we will use it? In which situation we will use innovative practices? Completely new. When we will apply? When there is a crisis. When there is a crisis management, right? We will go for innovative practices. Completely depend on leader. He has to give the, like what we need to do it. It's called he has actually. So what we will do first, if there is any emergency, sorry, if there is any crisis, what we do first? First we need to act, then sense, then we will respond. So there is a fifth place, completely disorder. Completely disorder situation, which you cannot do anything.
Can we have example for
Which one?
innovative practice?
That's what the innovative practice at the time I will take some decisions to come out from the problems. That's the innovative processes. Completely new. It never used in anywhere else. So it depends on the leader. The leader or team member will suggest something to come out.
Immediate action.
Immediate action. That's what we are going to act on. We are going to respond to that. So now we'll go to some questions. Disorder completely, you don't have any practices for it, right? So then you need to go for step by step. Yeah, or either you need to abandon it. That's a big. So you clear now. So we have 4 practices: best practice, good practice, emergent practices, as well as innovative practice. So when we are going to apply the best practice, if there is a simple task, we will apply the best practices. If it is a complicated task, we'll go for good practices. If it is a complex task, we'll go for emergent practices. If it is a chaos or anarchy, we will go for innovative practices. Anyone from online, any question? So these are all examples. Can you first tell me this one? Excuse me. This question.
Plant drive, because it is old metal pipe, so they know what it is. They are not going to go ahead and invent something new in it. So.
So you mean that it is a old repeated project?
Correct.
So nothing is there to innovate. Okay. Is it right? Is it plan driven?
Yes, sir.
It is plan driven. Anyone from online? I think you have a doubt.
Sir,
Clear plan driven. Okay. Okay. When we read the question, as I told you that we need to see where are we now. Right? Okay. So to find out where are we need to find out some keywords. Sir. Okay. First keyword, anyone from online, please respond. First of all, it is a capital project. Next one. Next performed many times. Objective is to replace. I need to replace at one time completely, correct? So it is random. Clear now? So always try to locate some keywords. See, passing examination is easy, but we are underestimating or we have unnecessary fear. Seriously, I'm telling you. That's why I told you that we need 138 questions should be right out of 180. 100 questions, surely you will score it. You don't need to study this course further. You know this 100 questions. Only we are studying this course. We are spending this much time only for the 38 questions. So please remember.
Is it B incremental?
Huh?
Incremental.
C iterative. C iterative.
Why iterative?
To get a feedback and then update and then again release.
So now we
Release.
find out the keywords. The software project. Always that is also please give some importance, okay? The software project is one where there are many features and functions that must be updated. As well as we need to learn from community feedback. The objective is to roll out features to get the user feedback first. Then drive the priorities for potential future releases in the project. Which development approach will go for? Because it's purely based on the feedback.
For the car example, same identity, but the final product still we didn't submit here.
The software, see, software also, I'm not worried about the complete software. I'm worried about the features. Each feature I will develop, I will give it to the customer for feedback. Read the question. Maybe you missed it. Okay. Many features and functions. I'm not going to do the entire software. I'm going to do only features. Features and functionality I'm going to modify.
I have a question here, like if we go to the previous one, as we say that the keywords in this we have seen that learn, community feedback. If these kind of word comes directly, we can go for iterative.
Of course, this kind of words only will come. Nothing will come outside the book.
So no, my question, if these words comes and still it can be incremental.
It is not. We need to. It is possible, but we need to see some other keywords.
Okay.
Some other keyword. But here I will tell you what is the objective.
Features.
Features.
Get the feedback.
To get the feedback. Roll out the features for the use. Then it's called increment. Immediately I'm going to use it. Roll out the features for value delivery. Every time I deliver something, immediately I can use that. That's called incremental. Usable product. But here I'm going to get a feedback only. I'm going to get it. I'm not going to use it.
Roll out the features, get the feedback, and implement it. Then
that is objective.
then it will be
That's color thing.
So approach is only two approaches there. Only plan driven and agile both are only approaches, no sir? Development approach.
Okay.
In that case, I have doubt whether I can go for agile instead of iterative. If
We have four
the
approaches, not two approaches. We have plan driven and we have
hybrid.
change. We have change driven. In change driven, we have iterative and incremental. Combining iterative and incremental, we have agile. So in this case, I may go for plan driven, or I may go for incremental, or I may go for iterative, or I may go for agile, or I may go for fifth development approach. I may go for hybrid, combining everything in one project. It's clear now. That is what we discussed your CC complexity model. I may have a simple task, complicated task, complex task, and then your chaos, anarchy you have it. 5 type of approach I can use it. Plan driven, right? Plan driven, incremental, iterative, agile, and hybrid. So change driven, when we say it is a group of iterative as well as incremental. Okay, what is the answer here? Why
Iterative.
What is iterative? Now, what is iterative, first of all? When we will use
Because
iterative?
they're planning to.
Learn.
Get feedback and action.
Huh? It is a completely innovative product, new product, right? We never done this product. So we need a feedback from the customer, then only we can do it. But is it mentioning anything about the keyword?
New company.
No, let him settle.
The love.
Yeah. What are the keyword from this question?
Deliver small bits. For me, I see that this is
Deliver small bits of value. When we will deliver the value, small bits of value?
Increment.
In increment.
increment. Okay.
Increment. Huh? Clear? Small bits of value on the way to larger goal. So we are giving small benefit we are giving. This is called increment. Whenever I deliver something, directly it is going to be used. Incremental. Whenever I deliver something, it is going to give me feedback. It is going to give me a need of changes, modifications. That's called iterative. Clear now?
Okay.
So 5 development approach, please remember this 5 development approach, what I told you.
This is iterative, I guess. Yeah. Keep repeating various marketing technology.
So what is the answer?
Join.
Ajay. Why Ajay?
Repeating as well as.
He said sometimes before, I said that is called Ajay. You release for a feedback, after that you implement. Huh? So here, is it same? What are the keywords are there? Repeating. Keep repeating various marketing technique. Keep repeating various marketing technique. I'm going to test various marketing techniques. Then from that marketing techniques, I find which has the largest impact. I find the best one. That best one, I'm going to use it. That's called Agile. That's called Agile. Right? In Agile is a mixture of iterative as well as incremental. Clear now? See, that's what I tell you. For the entire course, these 5 concepts are very important. So don't forget. D. string levels remain stable throughout the project. Is it true? No.
Your source will be high. Yeah.
First, we need to adapt the new methodology. Then only we can able to tailor. What is the meaning of tailoring? We need to make our own coffee. That's called tailoring. So how do we make our own coffee? We have prepared many times this coffee. Then only we know that how to mix the milk and the coffee powder. That is what tailoring is. So first we need to use it. We need to use it. Okay. So take break 10 minutes. B. Program. Logically related points B.
Benefits not available from managing them individually was confusing.
Yeah, see,
Sir, previous question we did not discuss.
previous question is second B. Adapting the new methodology will be good way for the team to learn about agile practices. So if you want to tailor a new methodology, first you need to learn it first. You need to use it.
Okay.
Next question.
Hmm.
The group of projects managed in coordinated way to obtain benefits still okay, then it's not available from managing.
Okay, simply. Why I need to group the project and do it? What is the reason? I can do it individually, I can do it. But why I need to why I need to group it and do it?
Effective utilization.
Because when I do individually, it is not going to give me the necessary
End result.
end result. When I group it only, it will give me the end result. That's the reason I'm grouping it. See, I want to develop a city. City is a program. So for city, I need to do different types of group of project. Then only the city will be there. Otherwise, I say that, okay, I develop only, I construct only the roads. I will say that, okay, we have constructed a city. It's not possible.
Confused with the answer here also, sir. Number of projects.
Endeavor of a considerable scope encompassing a number of projects. Number of projects, you can see what is the difference between projects manager and program manager.
Project manager, he only.
Projects manager.
Projects.
Manager.
Number of projects.
You will be handling more than one project. Each project may have a different customer, different objectives, right? But in a program, I have only one objective. I have
Objective with the different.
multiple projects.
Is it D, C?
Hmm?
C.
Who is stakeholder? Who is going to impact? Who is going to be impacted with? Who perceived themselves impact or impacted? It is. What is the keyword in the question? Not yet. Not. They may be difficult to identify. Yes, true. Maybe. Their interest may be positively or negatively affected. Yes, true. Their individuals and organization. Yes, true. Correct. Which is not true. They always share common objectives. Not necessary. Everyone has their. Your authorities have a different objective. Owners of the project have a different objectives. It is C, right? Your requirements are well known, low, but uncertainty is high. Technology uncertainty is high. So this is a falls on C. Clear now? See any question missed?
We don't actually in this slide at the corner. Is it actually shared?
You don't have it?
No.
Okay,
We
maybe
never
like
get these slides. We get only the ones what you normally speak.
okay. Slides, LMS will be there. LMS will be there. Just to speak to admin, Veera.
Sir, those, presentation, it shows a seventh edition.
We'll mix it actually. I will modify anything. Seventh edition, there is some subject.
When we start with the introduction and all, it shows the seventh edition.
I will change it. Eighth edition slide 7.
Yeah.
Because. What is the answer? G. Sequential and overlapping. We will use it in plan driven. But here we are using Scrum. Scrum is part of Agile. Right? So what kind of project phase method? Okay. Iterative, it is called iterative. Scrum will study later.
B.
When we say best, more than one answer is the right answer. Assigned by the organization to achieve project objective. That's the best one. See, always go for elimination. Elimination will help you.
Dedicated.
It's a dedicated team. They are not asking about the organization type. Projectized functional matrix, it is organization type. But they are asking you the team type. We have a dedicated team, part-time team, partnership team, co-located team, virtual team. So these are all team types. So what is the keyword in the question? Except. Except. Not all stakeholders will control the project budget. Okay. So now it's almost we done the fundamentals, right? So you know what is product line shape? You know what is project line shape? And then project management life cycle. What is project management life cycle? Initiation, planning, execution, Monitor and control. So this is every phase we will do. Every phase we do. So then you know development approach. Right? So you should know where and when we will approve, we will apply each development approach. Clear now? So that is a project management processes. There is a how many processes? 40 processes. Process groups in 7th edition or focus area in 8th edition. It is a 5. What is that? Initiation, planning, execution, monitor and control, and close. Custom process group or focus area. So next one is performance domain. Performance. So performance domain total 7. So governance, stakeholder, then scope, and schedule, finance, risk, and sources. So stakeholder and communication, which is mixed from 7th edition. Okay, scope and quality mixed. Scope and quality mixed. So procurement is general. Procurement is general. Okay. So this are now we are going to study. So what is next now? First, project selection. So we have a business document. Business document. And then project selection methods. Then completely system.
Part of the
the class. Okay.
Ah. Oh. Oh. I think we'll wind up because of the temperature issue.
Yeah.
is not.
This is not okay. Okay, we'll wind up next week. We will see. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll see.
Thank you.
So I saved it. Otherwise, then it will be. Okay,
So next EC path date will be on Monday.
Monday and Wednesday.
8 of October.
Both days.
it will be there.
Huh?
Both days it will.
Both days it will be there. If there is any cancellation only, they will send you the mail message. Otherwise, throughout the year, it will be there. 8 o'clock sharp, you log in.
Okay.
Okay.
Throughout the year, sir,
Throughout
like,
the
is it like, well, where it will come something for
The
like I
EC
reach
path, there is
home
one.
only by that.
8 o'clock.
PMP.
See, because I used to start at 8:30. But the problem is like, for example, most of the people will go to the sleepy mode. They are, because see, actually it was 2 hours session. Even I will see the people answer, no? So that's the reason sometimes I complete early.
Because like, I be on the road most of the time.
Because if I start late also, it will be a problem. So that's why.
So when we do